Nice hot day here at the corner of Clark and Addison, and we're set for Cubs baseball. First pitch about 20 minutes from right now, and it's a rubber match as the Cubs try to win their 5th series in their last 7. They'll take on the Pirates. It's the Hyundai leadoff man on WGN Sports. Great to have you with us as we wrap up a holiday weekend of Cubs baseball. I'm Len Casper. The Cubs with a 4-1 victory yesterday. No drama involved. Couple of homers by Alfonso Soriano. And the Cubs found out left-hander Travis Wood will represent them in the All-Star game. He actually won't be able to pitch in the All-Star game. He's scheduled to start this Tuesday and then Sunday night against the Cardinals, but he'll get a nice national stage to wrap up the first half. Let's hear from Dale Swaim on Wood getting the much-deserved honor.
For a guy that, that has so much passion for the game and just loves baseball, he just loves being at the ballpark, and I think that's what makes it so special for him. Obviously, a guy come out of nowhere and to pitch as well as he has and get elected to the All-Star game, and then we all know, the person he is, and he's just a baseball rat. He just can't wait to. He's always looking when I might pinch hit today, or I might run, or something like that. So he's just a baseball rat. That makes it that much more, funner for him to be able to be involved in that. It's always nice when you have an elite starting pitcher that you have control over for a while, and very durable and a great athlete. He can hit in this league and do a lot of things, so it's a huge asset to have. Right now, we can say we have, the pieces to fill those last 3 innings now. Obviously Greg's done a great job. Parker's done a great job since he's been here in the pressure situation, so he's proven he can pitch in the back end. Now you got, Matt Guerrier, who's done it, and a lot of experience with a 4-pitch mix that gets left-handers out actually better than he does right-handers, and then you mix Russell in there to get the lefties out. So you have the combination if everybody's available that day to hopefully make things a little easier the second half in those last few innings. To tell you the truth, I haven't even thought about it. I'm worried about the Pirates right now and winning today, and tomorrow, obviously, if we win tomorrow night, it'd be nice to sweep any series, but obviously it's a little anticlimactic, to how it could have been if we played, the whole games when they were supposed to be played.
Yeah, the Cubs, by the way, 3-0 against the White Sox. The makeup game tomorrow coming up on WCIU, and we'll have a Javier Baez update. He's now at the Double-A level and making news. Stay with us.
in that first at bat?
I was just trying to make contact to the ball and hit the ball good.
Where were you when you heard that you were getting the call up to the AA level?
We were playing away in Bird Bar, I think, and they told me I was coming up.
I heard you talking a lot to Arismendi Alcantara. What's your relationship like with him, and what were you guys talking about earlier today?
I gotta learn how to play the game, and because we play the game different, and I just gotta learn how to play the game.
That's Javier Baez' first swing at the AA level. It was a 2-1 pitch, first at bat, home run. So he's doing well already with the Tennessee Smokies. And today is Stats Sunday, and it's kind of the dessert after the meal. We normally get really intellectual here with some of the new stats, but we're just going to go with the old-fashioned win. Yes, we will talk about pitchers' wins. Got the sabermetric community all up in arms today, but it's about team wins as well. And the all-time leader, the Giants, starting back in New York, and they've been around for a long, long time. The Cubs since 1876, 10,409 wins, second among all franchises. Time now for our Hyundai Dealer Spotlight. The leadoff man is brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come test drive the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit myhyundaichicago.com. New Hyundai Santa Fe. Brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come test drive the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit myhyundaichicago.com. A couple of guys returning to their respective rotations. A.J. Burnett and Carlos Villanueva here this afternoon. But one of the best Cub wins of the year yesterday. Let's check out the highlights as we wrap up the leadoff man. Pretty neat soundtrack, courtesy Jim Cornelison.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back. So it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
from beautiful Wrigley Field on a nice Sunday afternoon, WGN Sports brings you Chicago Cubs baseball.
All the names and
It's the
numbers
Pirates and the
of
Cubs in the rubber game today, and we welcome Cub fans from all over the country watching on WGN America, America's home for baseball. Hope your holiday weekend is going well. Jim Deshaies, Len Casper. We'll get right to the pitching matchup. Couple of guys returning to the rotation. For the Cubs, Carlos Villanueva, first start in almost 2 months.
That's the burning question for both these managers. How much can they expect to get from their starting pitchers? Villanueva making the move from the bullpen back into the rotation where he started the season. He pitched well, didn't have a lot of wins, but pitched well, especially early on out of the pen. He's been rock solid, but I don't know if they can get more than 3 or 4 innings out of Carlos today. And for the Pirates, it's A.J. Burnett, the hard-throwing right-hander. He hasn't pitched in a big league game in about a month in his career here at Wrigley. He's 5-0 with a 291.
And his last start about a month ago was in this ballpark. Suffered a calf strain running between starts after that. So both guys back in the rotation today. We'll see how it plays out. Let's go down to the field for our national anthem.
At this time, please rise. Kindly remove your caps and join Michael McDermott as he honors our nation with God Bless America, followed by our national anthem.
God bless America, the land that I love. Stand beside and guide through the night with a light from above, from the mountain to the prairie, to the ocean wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, it gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the whole of the brave.
Michael McDermott getting us set for Cubs baseball. Alfonso Soriano yesterday with a couple of home runs as the Cubs won 4-1. We'll have the rubber match next. Cubs baseball, brought to you by Bud Light Music First. It's the sound of history being made. Here we go. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Chicago Cubs baseball in beautiful high definition on WGN TV is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Nice day. Looks like the wind is slightly blowing out. This usually means pretty good offensive environment. And let's check out the umpires. Kerwin Danley, who actually was drafted out of high school. He was a teammate of Tony Gwynn at San Diego State. All-American outfielder, in fact. He'll work the plate. Lance Barksdale is at first. Vic Carapazza is at second. And the crew chief, Gary Cedarstrom, is at third. Alfonso Soriano got a hero's welcome out in left field after his 2 home runs. He's in one of his patented hot streaks. And when he gets this hot, he can really carry a ball club.
Really swinging well on the recent road trip. Picked right up again yesterday with a couple of home runs.
Now the Pirates starting lineup, and they have 4 All-Stars, not all in the lineup. Couple of pitchers. Starling Marte, red hot, an 11-game hitting streak. Jose Tabata is going to hit second. Andrew McCutchen, 3rd year in a row he's been an All-Star. Garrett Jones at first. Pedro Alvarez, a first-time All-Star. Russell Martin back in the lineup today. Brandon Inge in for the day-to-day Neil Walker, who left the game yesterday with discomfort in his side. Mercer, the shortstop, and again Burnett off the DL, pitching today and batting 9th.
Defensively, the Cubs set up this way. Soriano, Borbone, Shearholtz. Nate's banged up a little bit, got whacked in the ankle with a pitch yesterday. Valbuena, Castro, 3rd short. Barney Rizzo on the right side of the infield. Wellington Castillo is the hind catcher. That's your Cubs defense. It's brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And the man on the bump, Carlos Villanueva, 2-4, 345, 8 starts. His first start since May. He's been working out of the bullpen. And he's had 4 days off since his last bullpen appearance against the A's in Oakland. Worked 2 2/3 innings in that ball game through 44 pitches. The question is, how much does he have in him here this afternoon? We're about to find out.
There's the All-Star, Travis Wood. Unless something changes with rain or whatever, it doesn't look like he'll pitch in the All-Star game, but he's going to get that Sunday night start against the Cardinals a week from today. That'll be a pretty good national stage for him. And then he can kick his feet up at Citi Field the following Tuesday. Marte, 4 of the Pirates' 7 stolen bases in this series, and he takes a curveball. That's fitting, right? From Carlos Villanueva. You're going to see everything but the kitchen sink.
Any pitch, any count.
Fastball at 86 on Marte.
Yeah, it's all about location, changing speeds, changing locations for Carlos. His fastball average is about 87 miles an hour.
The 1-1 is hit in the air to left. Easy play for Soriano, and that's the first out. And it should be an offensive day unless the pitchers are really on their game. Southwest wind at 7, blowing straight out to center, and it's hot, 88 degrees.
Wind helping, muggy day. Ball tends to carry well. And as we say in situations like this, the real key, don't walk people. Don't put extra base runners on there, because sooner or later someone's going to pop one, and you prefer it happen with nobody on base.
Strike called on Tabata, who moves up in the lineup with Neil Walker not in that starting batting order. Here's the 0-1.
Walker left the game yesterday with discomfort in his right side. I don't know if that's been clarified any more than that or not. I haven't talked to anybody about it.
Karen Price, who covers the Pirates for the Pittsburgh Tribune Review, tweeted that Walker said it started as a cramping feeling. He didn't want to push it, and he will get an MRI on Monday back in Pittsburgh. Swing and a miss. Tabata strikes out.
The veteran carved up the young Tabata right there. Started him with a first pitch fastball right over the heart of the plate, and then went to work with the off-speed stuff. Finished him with a slider. Started on the plate, broke down and away. Tabata could not lay off.
Now the three-time All-Star Andrew McCutchen. He, along with Pedro Alvarez and Jason Grilli, named to the NL team via the player vote. Jeff Locke was picked by the National League manager Bruce Bochy. The last time the Pirates had 4 All-Stars, 1981. Dave Parker, Mike Easler, Phil Garner, and Bill Madlock. That one rolled into center for a base hit. McCutchen now with a 9-game hitting streak. Now, were they still the We Are Family Pirates 2 years after their championship?
Yeah, I don't know. I think
the back end of that, maybe?
I think they were the We Used to Be Family Pirates in 1981.
Best record in baseball. And right now, just a 1-game lead over the Cardinals. So talking about wins on Stats Sunday, our associate producer Doug Stanton penning our blog post today. And I guess fitting that the Pirates are here. Only the Red Sox have more wins, 54, but the Pirates have a better winning percentage. That's .616.
It's really going to be fun to watch this Central Division play out in the second half of the season to see which one of these 3 teams, Pirates, Reds, Cardinals, ultimately wins the division. I think most people still think the Cardinals are probably the better team of the 3. Of course, the general managers will have something to say about that. Trade deadline acquisitions.
Phil Rogers from the Tribune pointed out 15 of the 33 National League All-Stars, almost half, have come from this division. Well, I guess last year it wouldn't have been that big a deal because there were 6 teams in the Central. But now every division has 5. Even the Brewers with a couple, in spite of the fact they're 35 and 51. Carlos Gomez and Gene Segura.
Yeah, both those guys having monster years. Gomez been one of the best players in the National League all year.
Ground ball into shallow right. Darwin Barney right there to get Jones for the out. Here come the Cubs against A.J. Burnett. by Toyota. Let's go places. 1 through 8 is the same after the Cubs 4-1 win yesterday, including Julio Bourbon in that leadoff spot. Starlin Castro with good success against A.J. Burnett. Rizzo Soriano, the hero yesterday. Valbuena at third. Scherholtz in right. Barney at second. And the battery Castillo and Villanueva.
How about the Pirates defensively? Marte, McCutchen, Tabata cover the outfield. Alvarez, we've seen him make some fantastic plays, including one yesterday. Mercer taking over the lead job at shortstop from Clint Barmas. Brandon Inge in for the injured Neil Walker at second, Garrett Jones at first, and Russell Martin, one of the most important offseason pickups in all of baseball, has really solidified things behind the plate. A.J. Burnett, hard-throwing right-hander, limited to 14 starts due to the calf strain. He's 4-6 despite a very good ERA, 3.12. Has one of the better strikeout rates in all of baseball, second best, as a matter of fact, in the National League, trailing only Matt Harvey, who has struck out more than 27% of the batters he has faced.
It's a foul tip and a strike on Bourbon. And Burnett injured his calf running in the outfield between starts. So his last 2 outings, including today, coming here at Wrigley Field, June 8th. He went into the 9th. Jones will get Bourbon.
Yeah, the Pirates wanted him to go out on a rehab assignment. He didn't want to. He won that battle. So I don't know what, if they're comfortable in what they're going to get out of Burnett here today. Obviously, they'll keep a very close watch on him, monitor the pitch count. I get it from the player's perspective if he feels ready to go. But there's a lot on the line for this Pirate club. And, if the general manager and the manager would prefer you to go make a minor league rehab start or two, it probably would have been a good idea.
Ray Searage, the pitching coach, on the left. In the background, always chopping that gum, Clint Hurdle.
Yeah, and Burnett's a veteran. He's been around a long time. Sometimes you defer to the veteran player.
On the ground, that is a fair ball. Alvarez with a strong toss across the diamond.
(16-10) last year was Burnett in his first year in a Pirate uniform. Alvarez slides over and has time to square behind that ball. Plenty of arm for the All-Star and a return home for Pedro Alvarez. He grew up in the Bronx. Not quite home. It's not Yankee Stadium, but it's just around the corner in Queens.
Ball one on Anthony Rizzo. The couple of lefties in the lineup struggling here lately. Rizzo 4 out of 32 over his last 9 games. Nate Scherholtz hitting 6th today, 5 for 38 in his last 9. Rizzo with that opposite field double ahead of the Soriano go-ahead homer. That was good to see. Almost hit it out as he went 1 for 4 in game 2. Hits that one well. Diving stop. Brandon Inge on the short hop, and he gets him. The Pirates have played tremendous defense against the Cubs in particular all season long, and that'll end the first.
and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF.
Pedro Alvarez swings and misses. We're underway in the second. He'll be followed by Russell Martin and Brandon Inge. At the inside corner. Alvarez homered yesterday. That gives him 22. One of 5 Pirates all time to hit that many before the break. The veteran Villanueva on a 1-2. It's high.
They're trying to exploit that hole up and in a little bit that most left-handed power hitters have. The big, strong guys usually pretty good at dropping the head at the ball down in the zone, creating leverage, but you can tie them up and in.
Line shot for the out. Man, can he hit the ball hard. Baseball parlance, we call that a seed.
The breaking ball below the knees. You see Castillo's dropping down into block mode. Alvarez still hits it hard, and that's the problem. You try to crowd a guy like that, which is sound strategy. The problem is it's a ball, so where if he doesn't chase, where are you going to find your strikes? And he went with the breaking ball down.
Martin got the day off yesterday. Villanueva working pretty quickly here. 60 to 75 pitches. Matt Guerrier taking up 2 innings yesterday helped a lot, as does the fact that Matt Garza is pitching tomorrow night. You expect to get a lot of innings out of him. The Cubs were thinking they might have had to make a roster move to add to the bullpen with Villanueva pitching today, but they did not have to. On the ground, Castro moving to his left. Villanueva was in the opening day rotation and had a good month of April. 2.29 ERA. In fact, after 4 starts, it was at 153. Struggled a little bit in May before being replaced by Garza in the rotation, and he has thrived in the bullpen since.
This move into the rotation, of course, necessitated by the trade of Scott Feldman to the Orioles. And it makes the Villanueva signing look even better, right? They got him for 2 years, a guy that can move in and out of the rotation. In a year where there was a real good chance that the Cubs would be flipping some pieces at the trade deadline. Valuable asset to have a guy like Carlos. And not just a body that you're running out there. I mean, this is a proven veteran pitcher that knows how to compete.
2 strikes on Inge. Made that terrific defensive play to Rob Rizzo. Edwin Jackson has been in a good stretch here lately. Out of a little trouble early on. And then kind of cruised from there.
Got a lot of ground ball outs yesterday. Somewhat atypical. Solid effort. Second consecutive win for him in this ballpark. Noteworthy only because he had really struggled here throughout his career as a visiting pitcher, and really up until a couple of starts ago here at home. Looks like he's turned the page on that.
Rizzo right at the tarp, and his arm was about 11 feet long. He would have made the catch.
Fantastic Four, right? There was a guy, wasn't that the guy that stretched? What was his name?
No clue.
There was a guy that could stretch.
Somebody tweet us. Who was the guy with the long arm? I'm hearing Plastic Man. Swing and a miss.
What a lame superhero. Gotta be kidding me.
Paper Man or Plastic Man?
I'll bring my own.
Blog at WGNTV.com, sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent serving the area for 34 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. The 1906 Cubs had a lot of wins. And we'll get to that here in a second, but let's go back a decade. The teams leading the majors in victories, and the Pirates have a shot at that this season. Over the last decade, St. Louis with the most wins, 105 back in 2004. That does not guarantee you're going to win the World Series, of course. But managers and players are paid to win. Win as many games as you can. By the way, my Twitter feed blowing up. Mr. Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic.
See, I claim complete ignorance on all of this. Plastic Man, Mr. Fantastic. You pick.
Mr. Fantastic was the guy
Stretch
from the
Armstrong.
Fantastic Four. He was kind of like the boss.
You, sir, opened a large can of worms.
I'm more than happy to light up your Twitter feed. Mr. Fantastic. He had really good range.
That's a better name than Plastic Man.
Plastic Man. Mom, can I be Plastic Man for Halloween this year?
Swing and a miss as Soriano strikes out. That's the first strikeout for Burnett. They used to try to pretty much blow every hitter away. And he got 3 ground ball outs in the first. Still don't have the updated.
I'm worthy of a piece of tape.
All-Star break is when we change it.
I'm still on probation.
It'd be funny if my name had tape too, and we just keep peeling back layers. One 1-0 on Luis Valbuena. Make it 1-1.
You talked about some of the left-handed hitters are struggling. You would think they would have to be the key here today for the Cubs against Burnett with that nasty stuff. Right-handed hitters only hitting $174 against him.
Sherholtz on deck. Comes with 4 of their first 6 batters coming from the left side.
Early in his career, Burnett really struggled with control issues, a ton of walks. Still walks more than the league average, but because he does get so many strikeouts, has overpowering stuff, you can live with it.
Ball 4. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Take a look at that 3-1 offering from Burnett to Valbuena. Looked like a pretty good pitch. Certainly over the plate. Yeah, it was high enough. Keep an eye on that. See if that remains consistent.
That one hit hard into right. Valbuena is going to stop at second. So Sherholtz, who at one time was batting .300, but kind of cold lately, it's a base hit on the first pitch he sees today. That's the first Cubs knock.
Let's get a little something done here now at the bottom of the order.
Tough day yesterday at the plate for Darwin Barney. Lined into a double play, grounded into another one, and Pedro Alvarez with a great play to rob him in his third at bat as he went hitless in 4 tries. But it's the great thing about baseball for an everyday player. You get right back out there 24 hours later and you can put that in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, it's the great thing about it, and it's also the key. As young players especially have to realize that, and you can't let the struggles beat you down. I take a young hitter who's struggling a little bit, and I think the tendency is to try to tinker and make adjustments from one at bat to the next to fix something. And sometimes you don't really have to fix anything. You just got to keep hanging in there, get good pitches to hit, and make good swings. Sometimes the ball falls in for you, sometimes it doesn't. You have to recognize when the approach is good, go through the process. If you're doing all the right things, getting ready to play, then go out and play and let the chips fall where they may.
The kick and the 1-2 pitch on the ground is short. They get one, and that's it. A bobble there by Inge. But the ball came out on the exchange from glove to hand. So that at least keeps the inning alive for Castillo.
That looked like a routine double play ball. The feed was a little high, and in trying to make the transfer, Inge never gets the handle.
If a fan out there is wondering, well, why did he get the out at second? Because by simply pulling the ball out of the glove, that signals a catch. And that's why the runner is out. In fact, we've had off-air conversations about, funky plays in the outfield. Third out, outfielder catches it, never pulls it out of his glove, but just from the glove flips it into the stands. Really, that's technically not a catch. You're supposed to show the ball.
Yeah, that's what the rule book says. Now, Inge is more third base. Look, he's got a big glove out there for a middle infielder. The second baseman, they like to use little gloves, which makes it easier to make that transfer from glove to throwing hand.
Oh, yeah. I'm guessing that's the biggest second baseman glove you'll see.
Yeah. Which probably helps him fielding ground balls, but not so much turning double plays.
The 1-1 to Castillo and a liner to the shortstop Mercer, and the inning comes to an end. Well, the Cubs have lined out a lot in this series. It's 0-0.
Of the game, and today we want to recognize Ray Chevrolet for their support of the Grant Township Little League. Ray Chevrolet, the Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana dealers are supporting over 30,000 young ball players in their communities through the Chevy Youth Baseball Program. Since 2010, the Chicago area Chevy dealers have been providing equipment kits, instructional clinics, and much needed financial support. So once again, from the big leagues to the youth leagues, Chevy is truly the official vehicle of baseball.
Hey, and get well wishes to our good friend Dorothy, who usually sits right there behind the visiting dugout, helps the crowd in the 7th inning stretch, keeps score, yells at the players on the other team. But we hope you get back here real soon.
I'm guessing that's Arizona Mike right there.
Yeah. Shortstop Jordy Mercer against Villanueva. 0-0 in the third.
All right. So looks like that low ball is not going to be called. That was my guess. As soon as you mentioned that Kerwin Danley had played baseball at San Diego State. Former position player. He's probably going to squeeze the pitchers.
That's how you guys think.
Yeah.
I know.
Tony Gwynn, a Hall of Famer. Mark Grace, an illustrious career, both San Diego State guys.
Ground ball to third. Valbuena, who earned praise from his manager for his defense and his on-base abilities before the game, makes the play.
He helps you win, and that's what it's all about. That's what Stat Sunday is focusing on. He's a winning player. Usually makes the right decisions out there on the bases and making plays in the field. A low maintenance player for a manager. Scribble his name in the lineup and you know you're going to get a solid effort.
Well, you don't know what you're going to get at third for a guy who didn't have a long proven track record over there. Cody Ransom getting at bats against lefties. But his wins above replacement, Valbuena's 1.4 going into action today. Cubs have gotten good production over there, especially on the home run ledger. 13 home runs combined. As a team, they hit 12 out of that position last season. 2-2 on the pitcher Burnett.
Captain Stubing.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Treat your guests to an awesome view of Wrigley Field from the Budweiser Bleacher Suite. It features a sports bar atmosphere with new TVs, high top tables, and windows that open to give you the atmosphere of the bleachers in your own private room. The suite holds up to 100 guests and includes food, drinks, and parking. Not in the actual suite, but you get a good spot. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-4200. Curve strike to Marte. Five hits in the first 2 games, so lots of chances to steal bases, and as I mentioned, 4 in those 2 games. Caught stealing, trying to nab third yesterday. Checked his swing and hit it foul.
And Marte, one of the young emerging players in the National League, probably got a few all-star assignments in his future.
Villanueva will turn 30 in the offseason. Signed with the Cubs as a free agent over the winter. That's going to snake up along the line and end up foul. Has been pretty upfront about wanting to be a starter, but didn't make any noise at all when he went to the bullpen. Part of the job.
Yeah, he's kind of old school. Doesn't really push the agenda very much. Doesn't like to fraternize with players from the other club. Yeah, after the game, sure, but all business when between the lines. Proven to be a tough guy to finish off. That's been the story throughout this weekend series with these Pirate hitters, excuse me. Very disciplined at bats for the most part.
Swing and a miss, and he finally does get him for his 4th strikeout. He's fan 4 of the 10 he has faced, and we're still scoreless. Cast. Cubs here at Wrigley Field starting in 1916 have won 4,058 times. You like seeing that W flag.
Yeah, play that song, run that W up the flagpole.
Get peace of mind with Xfinity Home, the total home security and home control solution that keeps you more connected to what matters most. Villanueva will take his first at bat and looks at ball one.
Little third baseman of the future. Maybe a catcher.
Broke his bat, but floats it into center for a base hit.
Hands buzzing a little bit.
Bourbon, who's a very good bunter, and if he does try to lay down a sacrifice, I think he's also going to be bunting for a hit. Third start in a week, and back-to-back starts for the second time as a Cub. Does not show bunt. Takes ball one.
Yeah, you know, even though we're in a scoreless game here, it's the third inning. The wind's blowing out, a hot day. You still get the sense, especially because it's likely that both these teams are going to have to make an early move to the bullpen. Still expect a fair number of runs to be scored in this game, so I don't think you want to be giving yourself up. You know, drag for a base hit maybe, but straight sacrifice this early, I wouldn't be a fan of that play.
And with Bourbon having good speed, if he does bunt, the play is probably to second to get Villanueva. So even if it's a good enough bunt for Bourbon to reach first, may not be good enough to move that guy into scoring position. Bounding ball foul. So talking about wins, you have team wins, you have pitcher wins. I don't think we'll ever get rid of pitcher wins, but if you could, would you? Do you think it's completely irrelevant?
Well,
as many do, or just largely overrated?
Definitely overrated.
Another foul. Travis Wood's under 500. He's on the All-Star team. Here are your all-time win leaders, but you know, you go way back then. These guys pitched.
Yeah, it was a different
complete
game. You know, the Cy Young days, those guys pitched all the time, 40, 50 starts a year, and the style of pitching was different. Walter Johnson was a hard thrower, and I don't know about Cy Young so much. Dapper, though, he was looking good.
Calls strike three, and Bourbon heading back to the dugout with no argument.
MLB.TV celebrates 11 years with new low yearly prices. Watch every out-of-market game live online. Over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. That's a little come on back two-seam fastball. Well executed by Burnett. Yeah, you know, and you get into those baseball arguments with old-time baseball guys, and they have a valid point to say, hey, you know, there's something to be said about the guy that can, and that's kind of the Jack Morris argument for the Hall of Fame. He was a big winner, pitched to the score, he'd hang in there.
But that was pretty much debunked.
Yes, that's been largely diffused.
Oh, nice play by a fan. A little bobble, but he caught it.
And it's the same argument why people undervalued Nolan Ryan for so many years. He was a 500 pitcher all those years in California. Well, he's on bad clubs.
Driven out toward right center. Let's see if Villanueva can score. McCutchen will pick it up, and David Bell is going to hold Villanueva at third as the Pirates got it back in fairly quickly. It's a double for Castro.
Castro came into this game with good numbers against A.J. Burnett and delivers a ringing double into the right center field alley. Boy, he's good when he's driving the ball in that direction. Trying to go down and away and drifts right back over the heart of the plate. Good swing. Villanueva rather. Perhaps could have scored if not for the good play by McCutchen to get out in a hurry, and then a good strong throw back in. David Bell not going to put his pitcher in harm's way.
Yeah, McCutchen knows that's a Castro double pretty much off the bat. He's just trying to make sure that runner does not score from first, and he was able to accomplish that. As we check out the Cubs run expectancy, 65%, second and third and one out. This is to get any runs. The league average 69%. A bouncer will get it done. Jones with a bobble. Rizzo safe. 1-0 Cubs. And they're at the corners.
It goes an E3, but an RBI credited to Anthony Rizzo. RBI guys love that situation. Second and third infield back. Just about any ground ball gets the job done. Jones retreats to try to get a convenient hop, but this ball's got a lot of spin. Gets in on him. He clanks it. Cubs have the lead. Cubs pitchers hitting really a story for this club early on, especially in May when they drove in all those runs. This time it's a leadoff single by Villanueva, and he comes around to score.
2 hits and an error in the inning, and still only 1 out. Soriano struck out in the second. That was leading off an inning, now batting with 2 on. And so Martin showing off his catcher range.
So backhanding it, sliding out, trying to get as much of his body as possible in front of that one. Soriano can induce some wild pitches because pitchers know that he'll expand the zone, so they'll go way out of the zone. We saw it the other day with Bartolo Colon pitching. He threw his first wild pitch in a couple of years with Soriano at the plate.
Probably thinking he was going to get a heater there and did not. The last time Burnett pitched here, it was his final start before he went on the DL. He got a 6-2 win, and he went into the ninth with a shutout. Swing and a miss, but the shutout was broken on this home run by Soriano. That ended Burnett's day. That was right after a visit to the mound by Ray Searage.
Yeah, a visit that A.J. Burnett was not too happy to have take place, but that was a little demonstrative to the dugout. I'm sure that didn't go over well. Heat of the battle stuff.
In the air, center field, McCutchen coming in. Here's a tag by Castro. Throw to the plate. Late. Sac fly, Soriano. 2-0.
Ground ball by Rizzo gets one home. Now fly ball off the bat of Soriano, good for another one. That'll go as an unearned run because of the error by Jones. But it goes up on the scoreboard.
That'll make Ruth Hellman happy on her birthday. Watching on WGN America from Cincinnati. Happy birthday, Ruth, from your sons Tim and Tom.
Wonder if Ruth taught Otis to make that good egg salad.
I'm betting yes.
Otis does a lot more than make egg salads. Like every time we bring him up, I mention his egg salad. It's very popular in the visiting clubhouse back in the day.
A one-dimensional
No,
guy.
sir. For me, it's all about food. Be ready to hit here. You might get a cookie.
Still talking about food. Didn't get it right under it. And this should end the inning. McCutchen camped underneath. And that's it. The Cubs get a couple, however. Now lead 2-0 after 3.
First, it's the sound of history being made. Here we go.
A steamy Sunday, 88 degrees. And we're not too far off the lake. Tabata will start it for the Pirates. Again, we expect a fair amount of bullpen today. Will be in Nueva through 3 innings, fairly efficient. That's just his 44th pitch. And in order to qualify for the win as a starting pitcher, he's got to go at least 5 innings. 1 ball, 1 strike. Little blooper is going to get down, and Tabata will make the turn and head to second with a leadoff double.
Second hit, second base runner for the Pirates this afternoon. Carlos has not walked anybody. He's punched out 4. Gets in on him pretty good. Flipped it into right field. Tough break for Villanueva. Got to deal with the middle of the order now after this leadoff double.
Starting with McCutchen. He singled in the first.
Talking earlier when Bourbon was up there about, should you bunt or not. Similar situation here, down 2. McCutchen's not looking to give himself up to advance his base runner. He's not thinking about inside out swing or hitting the ground ball to the right side. He's thinking about hitting the ball hard with an eye towards driving that run in.
Great day to be on that lake. I might actually even get in the lake on a day like this. One and 2.
Tough pitch to execute. Glove side changeup, and that was a dandy. Tendency is for that ball to run back over the plate. You really have to finish your delivery. Make sure you come down the hill and really finish the pitch. Does he feel like he slowed him down enough where he could jam him with a fastball? Staying with a breaker. A chase pitch, but McCutchen doesn't bite. Down in the dirt. All done by Castillo.
Villanueva now set at the belt. Quick look at Tabata, and he will fake towards second.
Villanueva, one of those guys catchers really enjoy catching because of his ability to execute a game plan. You go over the scouting reports, you talk about how you want to pitch certain hitters. Sometimes you get out there and the guy in the mound just can't execute the game plan, doesn't have the arsenal, doesn't have the ability to make those pitches.
Pirates will get on the board as McCutchen rips one into left center. And he was thinking 3 out of the box, but the Cubs are going to hold him to a double. 2-1. And man, he goes home to second in a heartbeat.
He's fun to watch run.
Wow.
He's really fast. He has great technique. I put him on my MLB 4x100 relay team. Smart base running there too with nobody out. I'd say there was a 58% chance that he was going to be safe at third base, but with nobody out, it's now worth it to take the chance. I want to make that first out at third base.
Castillo talks it over with Villanueva. The Dodgers, as expected, acquired right-hander Ricky Nolasco from the Miami Marlins for 3 pitchers.
Speaking of chances, Pirates this year when they start in this situation, man on second with nobody out, 55% of the time, they get a run home from that point forward.
Josh Wall, Steve Ames, and Angel Sanchez go to the Marlins. Dodgers also got an international bonus slot, number 96.
Had McCutchen made it to third base safely and was there with nobody out, 82% of the time the Pirates score that run.
Missed again, 3-0.
Of course, and then deep into the numbers. Let's assume he got thrown out. Let's put nobody on base and one out, and then look at the run expectancy.
It's a pretty big drop.
That's the issue. That's the decision maker for a base runner in that situation.
Villanueva trying to get back in the count, 3-1. You pointed it out right off the top. The kind of day you just can't walk people, especially with a guy like Alvarez on deck. Hector Rondon just starting to play catch. Sharply hit grounder to Barney. That will get McCutchen to third with one out.
Good pitch, though, by Carlos, coming with a breaking ball there, getting the ground ball from Jones. Just trying to minimize the damage. No fun for the infielders, especially on the right side. Infield pulled in here with the bull in the batter's box, Pedro Alvarez.
Almost hit him. I'm surprised he didn't, but Alvarez able to just get out of the way.
Yeah, this is all going to be about how greedy Alvarez is. He's not going to see much to hit, I wouldn't think, in this sequence. But with that man on third base, Alvarez leads their club of 57 driven in. That's how he makes his money. Will he expand?
Rounded foul.
The only fastball he saw was that one way off the plate inside. Breaking ball, change up. This will be pitch number 60 for Carlos.
Getting into that area. And that's why Rondon is up in the bullpen. And we cruised through three, struggling here in the fourth. Now Anthony Rizzo asking for time as the ball
got loose.
Got loose.
Back up and in with a fastball.
Called strike three. A big second out.
Wow, that was impressive. Two-seam fastball running back to the inside corner, and where Castillo was flashing the glove, I don't think that pitch was meant to be in the strike zone. I think they were trying to tie him up with an inside fastball, trying to get him to chase. Fastball in the zone, the last thing that Alvarez expected there.
Infield back. Slider misses on Russell Martin.
That's what we talk about when we talk about pitchers working backwards. Change-ups, curveball, soft, and then the fastball when the hitter least expects it. You're essentially pitching backwards from what you learned as a young pitcher when you were a kid. Coming up in the youth leagues in high school, you always threw first pitch fastballs. Got a couple of strikes, then you try to put a little wrinkle in it. It's the way Cy Young and Walter Johnson used to do it. Old Pud Galvin.
3-0.
Now Martin, he's a different animal than Alvarez. He's a more patient guy. Doesn't mean he won't be swinging 3-0 though. 3-0 changeup.
3-1 now. No old Haas Radborn.
Haas, yeah, we could break Haas out. We might have to pull him up and see what his winning percentage was. That's just painting with a 3-0 changeup.
1884, he won 59 games. The Providence Grays.
That was a good club.
Strike two. Not sure I quite get Kerwin Danley's strike zone today. There been a couple that looked like they were right in the box. Including that second pitch, that number 2. That was called a ball.
He's been more generous up and out than down. You've seen a couple of pitches right over the heart of the plate around the knees that he hasn't called.
Three and 2 with 2 outs. A run in, the tying run at third. The pitch, Martin held for ball 4.
Talked about his patience, and at the end of the day, he was able to lay off that last breaking ball.
And now Inge with an opportunity, hitting just a $196. Runner goes from first. That's Martin, and no throw. Martin was looking. He was, I think, trying to get Castillo to throw, and then he probably would have gotten in a rundown to at least try to allow McCutchen to score.
Yeah, Friday there was a similar situation, and the Cubs threw, and it was a high throw from Deoner Navarro, and McCutchen saw the high throw and sprinted home. Even when you're in throw-through mode, the priority is to make sure you check that runner at third. I don't think it's so much a command issue that's got Carlos falling behind in this inning. It's just an unwillingness to give in. Part of his MO.
On the ground to Castro. He will throw to first. That's a good job of limiting the damage. Looked like the Pirates were going to tie it up. They get only one. tomorrow night on the south side. Cubs and Sox. It's WGN Sports on the U. It's 7 o'clock Central. And then the Angels come in for 2 night games. Tuesday and Wednesday we'll have the second one right here on WGN. Wednesday at 7. Ford, go further in any one of Ford's many fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Andrew McCutchen knocking home Jose Tabata with a double, but he got stranded at third as the tying run. And I'm guessing that's going to be it for Villanueva. 4 innings, 69 pitches. He may try to talk his way into one more inning.
Yeah, the difference maker may be that the Pirates are at the bottom of the order coming up in the 5th. So they may go batter to batter with him in the 5th inning, try to get as many outs as possible before making that move to the pen. And of course, that is all subject to change here in the bottom of the 4th because he's due up 4th in the inning.
Burnett's 1-0 to Scherholtz. Now 2-0. Tapper foul.
He's making his intentions clear. Plans on taking that at bat and staying in the ball game.
Got a note from Rachel Walls. Her mom's birthday is today. Elena, watching from Tennessee. Happy birthday. It's wide of first. It's foul.
So have you put together your all snubbed team yet?
No, but Josh Donaldson would be on that list. I think Mark Melanson.
Yeah, Melanson for sure for me.
It's Jones, who already has an error today, but makes that play flawlessly.
Who's up for this final vote? Fans get to vote for that final roster spot. Oh, worthy candidates there. I'm thinking Puig's going to win the day. In the AL, bunch of relief pitchers.
Yeah. Steve Delabar having a great year in Toronto.
Now, who determines who the final vote candidates are?
I think it's the manager.
Because that's when you look at that American League club, clearly somebody said we're going to need another relief arm.
Alvarez pretty smooth over there at third. Barney 0 for 2.
Good young talent in the game. You know, we're going to see Harper and Trout, Puig if he makes it. Machado, Manny Machado, on pace to set the record for doubles in a season.
Yeah, maybe it's MLB who comes up with that list of 5. I'm not quite sure if they talk to the managers and say what area do you need some help on your roster.
Ryan Bogusevic on deck. He's dealing with a little bit of a strained hamstring.
Yeah, sounds like he can hit, but would probably need to be removed for a pinch runner if he gets on base.
Yeah, he was out doing some running in the outfield today, and he says when he does form running with like real high knees, he's fine. But the fear is in a game situation. He's kind of a long strider, and it's very difficult in the middle of game action to change your stride when you're running, whether it's in the outfield or down the baseline.
Curveball missed.
So in a sense, the Cubs playing a little bit short on the bench, and that Bogusevic is not fully available.
I think if he gets on, Travis Wood would probably run for him, the All-Star.
And he would probably get an ovation like a pinch runner has never gotten before.
In the corner. Couldn't get him to chase. It's full 3-2. Cubs got 2. The bottom of the 3rd, and the Pirates answered with 1 in the top of the 4th. Carlos Villanueva, who will not be able to get the win, taken out after 4 innings. Ball 4. And that will be the case as Bogusevic will hit for the starting pitcher.
You know, let's go to the vulture.
Yeah, the concept vulture wins, really a couple of different meanings. One is, the guy who gives up blows the save, then his team comes back and he wins the game. And the other meaning would just be guys who get lucky. They happen to be in the game when their team grabs a lead. But Phil Regan, 14 relief wins in 1966, 12 in 1969 with the Cubs.
In that era, pitchers would come out of the bullpen sometimes for extended outings too. So, but clearly somebody felt like he was lucky enough to label him the vulture.
Looks like we are having a rosin delay. Have we ever had one of those before?
Wasn't it earlier this year with A.J. Burnett where the rosin bag blew up on him? Maybe opening day? He went to handle the rosin bag and it just exploded.
So one of the Cubs clubhouse guys will run to the hardware store and we'll resume when they get back.
No, one just came out of the Pirate bullpen.
Here we go.
Bring your own rosin bag.
BYORB.
Now he's got too many. we got more rosin bags than we need here.
Well, it would have been great if it were rosin bag day. With about
That's an idea.
5,000 of them raining down. Yeah, I remember talking to Kevin Gregg earlier this year. He got out of a big jam in a tie game in the 9th. Cubs then took the lead in the 10th and won the game. So he got the win. And I asked him later, I said, would you rather have gotten the save than the win? He said, yes. I'm a closer. Relief pitchers and closers, they don't want wins.
No,
they want saves.
Yeah, be wary of those 7th and 8th inning guys that pile up the big win seasons. A lot of times it's because they've given up leads.
Big swing and a miss. 2 strikes.
If you're a real good vulture, you just give up the starting pitcher's runs that are left on base. You give up his runs, finish off the inning, your ERA doesn't go up, team scores, you get a W.
And Bogusevic strikes out. You got all the angles covered.
Not that I'm bitter or anything like that.
After 4, Cubs 2, Pirates 1. Cardinals Thursday, July 11th at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans get a Cubs tote bag. Compliments of the private bank. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Well, somebody is going to get the win today, and the Cubs are hoping it is one of their pitchers. They lead the game 2-1. Rookie Hector Rondon will work this 5th inning. He'll face Mercer, Burnett, and Marte.
He becomes the first man eligible to claim this victory. And that's the other thing about the rules. Is kind of ironic that the starter has to go 5 to qualify for the win. And then if he doesn't, anybody that comes in behind him could be the winning pitcher.
And doesn't have to go 5.
Yeah, so, you could have a string of relievers pitch an inning each. And my argument would be, why do those guys deserve to win any more than Carlos? Whatever.
Whatevs. There's a strike on Mercer. Do you remember who got the win in the 6-pitcher Astros no-hitter? Roy Oswald only went, 3 or 4? I think?
If that. I believe it was Pete Monroe. Pete, M-U-N-R-O, Monroe. Yeah, that was weird. A 6-pitcher no-hitter at Yankee Stadium. I think half the club didn't even realize it was happening. Nobody knew exactly how to react, how to celebrate.
When you have that many pitching changes, it does kind of change the scope of it.
Mariners had one last year.
They did, yeah. I think it was started by Kevin Millwood. Mercer down in the count 1-2. Brad Lidge got the win.
Oh, did he?
And that combined no-hitter.
My apologies to Brad.
Pete Monroe loves you, though. Called strike 3. Mercer's out.
Good start for Hector Rondon.
So we'll see the White Sox tomorrow. Josh Fegley brought up, going to grab the playing time behind the plate today in Tampa Bay. Fegley with his first major league home run. We will not see Paul Konerko. He is on the DL.
Good heater. Who's the Sox running out there tomorrow night?
Hector Santiago. Matt Garza for the Cubs. A roller into center, so each starting pitcher with a base hit today. Well, the Padres have kind of fallen apart. They've dropped to last place in the West with an 8-game losing streak, and they're trailing 11-3 in D.C. in the 6th inning, and they're facing Steven Strasburg.
Run support's been a big issue for Strasburg this year. He hasn't had much.
He's had it today.
Yeah, boys are making up for it today.
He's given up 7 hits, but he has fanned 9.
Robbie Erlin allowed 9 in 4 innings for the Pods.
One strike to Marte. Off the plate in.
No need to hold Burnett at first base, so Rizzo's off the bag and in a little bit. play behind Burnett, you're inviting Marte to push a button that direction.
Castro to Barney. The relay not in time. It was so tough to double him up.
Great turn by Barney at second base, but Marte just too fast. A 3-hopper to Castro. An extra hop, then the long throw from short to second, helping Marte's cause as well. But what a great turn. When Barney gets turned and gets over the top, boy, he gets a lot on that throw.
Marte's going to be thinking about stealing second, and Rondon knows that. Hector, the Cubs Rule 5 pick from Cleveland. Indians signed him originally out of Venezuela. Deep to left, Soriano back, over his head. Marte around third. Relay throw by Castro. Not in time. It's a double, and the Pirates have tied it. Jose Tabata with a scorching liner to make it 2-2.
A little bloop double last time up for Tabata. A little flip into right field. This time he ball over the head of Soriano out there and left. Tabata, who had fallen out of favor with the Pirates the last couple of years, getting an opportunity now to claim regular playing time and doing a pretty nice job. And there's Marte flying around the bases. This team has a lot of speed, and it's been on display in this series. 3 triples in Friday's game to go along with 4 stolen bases.
McCutchen already 2 for 2 with a double and an RBI. And he looks at ball 1. That's that low pitch. Kerwin Danley has not loved it today.
No, he has not. He's been consistent in not calling it.
Long look by Rondon to get the sign.
Sure what that was all about. Hector calling Castillo out for a chat.
Swinging away 3-0 and a little dribbler foul. It's one if you're McCutchen, you're very relieved that ball went foul.
Yeah, you make weak contact on 3-0. You're happy for that second chance. You got a little greedy there, trying to lift something out of the ballpark.
This time he looks at ball 4. Well, Adam Jones with a 2-out, 2-run homer off Mariano Rivera to give the Orioles a 2-1 lead. Check that, a 1-out home run. So 1-out 9th inning home run. So the Orioles trying to steal one away in New York. Jones bounces foul. The Tigers have come all the way back to tie the Indians. They were down 6-1, but 2 in the 7th, 3 more in the 8th.
Torrey Hunter hit his 6th.
That was the game tying 3-run shot.
Cabrera hit his daily home run. He's got 28 now. Brantley, Santana, and Chisenhall have all gone deep for the Tribe.
Hey, congrats to Jason Kipnis from Northbrook. Second baseman for the Indians. He's on the American League All-Star team.
Player of the month in the American League for June.
Product of Glenbrook North High School. Oh, 2. We'll do it again.
Take a look at the American League All-Star reserves, the position players. You mentioned Kipnis, Machado. Weird to see the HOU under the American League All-Stars. Jason Castro, deserving All-Star for the first time.
Ben Zobrist going for the second time in his career.
Just not going to get called. Frustrating day for the pitchers as they work the bottom of the zone, but can't get it called.
This time he gets a swing and a miss on a good fastball at 93. They tie it on the top of the double. It's 2-2.
But
you can't, so you won't.
No, I got no chance. Could go for a little vanilla soft serve cone, though.
Top of the order for the Cubs against a guy who's starting for the first time in a month, coming back from the disabled list. Bourbon, Castro, and Rizzo. Cornerman in, and Bourbon tries to bunt his way on and fouled it off of Kerwin Danley's foot.
Cubs got the leadoff man on seemingly all day yesterday. First 5 innings, I believe. They had the leadoff man reach. Bourbon with his speed. Good guy at the top of the order. If he can reach, he can make some things happen with his wheels.
I thought it got him in the foot. It actually got him in the mask. For whatever reason, Kerwin has kind of been a magnet for foul balls. He's been hit a lot over the years. Fortunately, able to laugh with this one off. 1 strike on Bourbon. Pounded to Jones for the out.
Can't beat summer in Chicago, especially at beautiful Wrigley Field. So gather your friends and family, make baseball part of your plans. Tickets are available for this homestand, which also features matchups against the Angels and Cardinals. To purchase your tickets, visit Cubs.com. Burnett did not want to go on a rehab assignment. The Pirates yielded to his wishes. Important for him here to go as long as possible today. And he's pitched pretty well. Pirates go right back home after this 3-day weekend in Chicago. Well, if are they off tomorrow? Do you know, Len?
They are not. They play the A's tomorrow night. They're off on Thursday before they play the Mets.
Easier to bring a guy back off the DL if you're got a scheduled off day the next day. That way, if he only gives you 4 or 5 innings, you can go to your bullpen. Obviously, that's not the case here. So the burden's on Burnett to stretch this one out as much as possible.
Now, we have not seen really much of their bullpen. Wilson and Morris yesterday. Only 2 guys they've used out of their bullpen after Liriano went all 9 on Friday. Hard hit ground ball. Mercer in the grass. Still lots of time. Been impressed by Jordy Mercer this weekend on defense, placing Clint Barmas here the last few weeks.
Yeah, he's been able to make the plays. Barmas is probably a superior defender. Mercer in there because of his bat, but Mercer's, as you mentioned, he's been fine here this weekend.
This one picked up by Inge. Another hard hit ball, but 4 and out, and the Cubs go down quietly in the 5th. coming back and tying the game on RBI doubles by Andrew McCutchen in the 4th and Jose Tabata in the 5th. And Carlos Villanueva, first time as a starter in almost 2 months. 4 innings, 69 pitches, and he did leave with the lead. Here's Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves.
Carlos, after giving up back-to-back doubles in the 4th, really settled in, made some tough pitches under pressure. Big punch out of Pedro Alvarez. Tiptoed around Russell Martin and then got Brandon Inge to ground out to end the inning. Just a really masterful job of working his way around an inning, not giving in. An inning that could have been a big one. Turned out just to be a 1-run inning for the Pirates.
Ball 1 to Alvarez.
His dad is here. It's a dad's trip for the Pirates. A bunch of the fathers here for the weekend series in Chicago. They've been sitting in the stands. Today they're in a suite. Frank Kuhner, the president of the club, hooked them up with a suite for today's game. Had a chance to visit with Jason Grilly's dad, Steve, who was a former pitching coach of mine, and Steve pitched in the big leagues. And, that's Steve there in the blue shirt up in the corner with the glasses down on the end of the nose.
Oh, is he proud of Jason?
Oh, man, what a great weekend, right, for the guys whose kids made the All-Star team. They're here. And obviously, Steve will be, the whole family will be in New York for the All-Star game. But Steve's talking about sitting in the seats, and he's been here before. Just saying what a cathedral it is and how much fun it's been for these guys this weekend to be at Wrigley Field.
Steve told the story. He has done some television for the Syracuse AAA club. And this is when Jason was pitching for the Tigers. Here's the 3-1. Alvarez.
Oh my!
Off the hand. Oh man, he's going to reach. Castro, the only guy over there on that side of second base, but that was hit off the handle. All smiles up there.
That's Pedro's dad in the pink shirt.
So he says, I've got the game on the computer, and they're just coming out of break, and Jason's ready to pitch, and we're coming out of break. And instead of calling what I'm seeing on the monitor, I say, wow, it's great to be here in Syracuse. A lot of Tiger fans here. And then you realized, oh, that's the wrong game.
It happens.
Martin bounced that one off himself. And Castro, when he fielded that infield hit, like he was favoring his leg, and still is.
Yeah. Trying to walk something off out there. If it's muscle related or if he rolled an ankle a little bit. We got one down there. It's not been much for the pitchers at the bottom of the strike zone this afternoon. This time Rondon does get the call. Perfect pitch. Rondon much more deliberate than Villanueva. He's really slowed the pace down quite a bit.
Go ahead run. He is on with nobody out.
As Martin proved last time, he doesn't chase many out of the zone. A walk on a 3-2 pitch on a slider just off the plate. He was able to check his swing on last time he was up there.
Now it's full. See how aggressive Clint Hurdle is here with nobody out. The guy who handles the bat well. And Alvarez runs, ball 4.
Yeah, pretty safe play to start the base runner there. The only really downside, of course, is a line drive double play. I think Martin, a disciplined enough hitter where Hurdle feels comfortable that he's not going to get a little jumpy. Sometimes when you start that base runner, hitters get a little jumpy and they'll chase a bad ball. He works his second walk of the game. And we'll see if that gets anybody up in the Cubs bullpen. Still a lot of outs to cover. Nothing doing down in that pen. The Pirates have action. Looks like Watson is throwing.
It's Pedro Strop.
And Strop is now, yeah, he's getting up. Fazio's going to buy him a little time. Baseball fans, be sure to tune in during the 6th inning today. If a North Side player hits a grand slam during the 6th, Jeff Lutz, perhaps Lutz, of Genoa City, Wisconsin, will win an all-new 2014 Mazda 6. Go to WGNTV.com/contest for your chance to enter to win a Mazda 6 in select games on WGN TV. It's sponsored by Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Mazda dealers. Wouldn't that be something? Anthony Rizzo did that last year. Hit a grand slam. Somebody won a car.
Yes, he did. So here we go. It's Brandon Inge, and he shows bunt, pulls it back, and it's ball 1, I believe. Hector Rondon waiting to see what the call was, but it was ball 1.
Yeah, if they weren't ready to pinch hit for A.J. Burnett, I don't think Inge is bunting here. You wouldn't bunt with your 7-hole hitter and go 8-hitter, 9-hole hitter to try to drive in runs, but they're going to hit for Burnett in all likelihood.
It's a good one. Castillo calls for it. It goes 2-4 on the sack.
Yeah, good job by Inge deadening that ball, and a tough pitch to do just that with. Fastball up and in a little bit. So here comes Mercer, the 8-hole hitter, and Gabby Sanchez has come out on deck for the Pirates to hit for A.J. Burnett. Cubs pull the infield in here.
Mercer was an infielder and a closer in college at Oklahoma State. Ball 1.
Now, even though there's a good chance a base hit scores 2 runs in this situation, because the Pirates bullpen is so good, and Dale Swaim will do everything he can to keep this a tie game. So he's got the infield in. Obviously there's some risk involved. It's certainly an understandable ploy.
Ground ball to short. Here comes the throw to the plate. They've got Alvarez caught up. Castillo throws to Valbuena. Tag applied. 2 down. It goes 6-2-5.
Not the cleanest rundown, but they got their man Alvarez going on contact here. Good accurate throw by Castro to get things started.
That'll be it for Rondon. It will be Pedro Strop to face Gabby Sanchez. 2-2 in the 6th. We'll be back. He's third as a Cub since being acquired from the Orioles earlier this week.
A scoreless inning on the 4th in Oakland, and then that line you just saw from Friday's work here against the Buccos. A.J. Burnett, his day is done. 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, a couple of walks, 3 strikeouts. Strop, a hard thrower. Average velocity 96 miles an hour.
First and second, 2 outs, ball 1 on Sanchez. Strop made his big league debut at the Rangers in 2009. Tony Watson up in the Pirates bullpen. Strop became a pitcher in 2006. Originally was an infielder. His first 4 minor league seasons in the Rockies chain. Swing and a miss on a breaker. Bounced right up and Castillo in the mask.
Sanchez had a really good rookie year with the Florida Marlins. Not really been able to duplicate that success. It's out of that crouch, very strong lower body.
The Marlins were and are his hometown team. He's from Miami, went to the University of. Stropes 1-2. Sanchez, I think, went. He did, and that's it. The inning is over. First 2 reached, but neither would score, and we're still tied at 2.
And big day for Alfonso Soriano yesterday. Charlie Morton hung him a curveball. See you later. And next time we'll try fastball. That didn't work so well either. 2-home run game for Soriano as he continues a real nice stretch at the plate. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Soriano passing Andre Dawson, now 12th place all-time in Cubs history with 176 home runs in a Cub uniform. He is 7th among all active players in home runs. Tony Watson, one of 2 talented lefties in the Pirate bullpen, on to work. The 6th, he's 2-1, 3.43 the ERA. You see that whip, walks plus hits per innings pitch of 0.95. That's really, really good.
And the pitch to Soriano misses the inside corner. And a crisp 94 miles an hour.
And Watson and Wilson, they've got 2 power arms out there from the left side. They're not your stereotypical soft toss and crafty lefties.
Way up in the air on the infield. Jones drifting, but he makes a grab for the out. Cub fans, if you'd like to manage the game along with Dale Swaim, log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner and connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and info while watching at home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more.
And if you were managing along and you pulled your infield in last inning with Jordy Mercer up there, you made a shrewd move. That's the reason why this game is still tied.
Buena has walked and flied to center. Open stance, heel off the ground. Ball 2. Orioles did beat the Yankees on that Adam Jones 9th inning home run. Darren O'Day 5-0 out of the bullpen, and Jim Johnson got his 30th save. Mariano Rivera with the blown save for just the 2nd time this season. He takes the loss.
Mariano Rivera will walk away at the end of the year, still very much at the top of his game. Not unlike Billy Wagner a couple of years ago when he retired from the Braves.
High bouncer. Mercer gets rid of it quickly and gets the out. Just talking about the Orioles, that was the Baltimore chop. Well, really trampoline.
Yeah, I thought maybe it would be in the air long enough for Valbuena to beat it. And Mercer made a nice play. Got him. Good call.
Cleveland just scored 3 in the 8th. 2 on a homer by Michael Brantley. And they're ahead 9-6 in the 9th over Detroit. Chris Perez is on. Sherholtz pulls a bunt, but right to first. Jones will tag him to end the inning. Wonder why Sherholtz is bunting. Tough lefty. 2-2.
Shaders in your fever, scream me again. Never kisses, or do you ever send a full stop? La 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 la. Do you know where the water go? They go along to take your home. La 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 la. Way down how we build our breakfast down and say my love, love, love. La la la. Muscle to muscle, toe to toe. The fear is gripping me, but here I go. My heart sings as I jump up. You're hypnotized as my heart is shutting up.
That's Breeze Blocks by Alt J. And Cubs Baseball is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. We're in the 7th in a 2-2 tie. Starling Marte leading things off, and great to have with us University of Illinois men's basketball coach John Gross, who will conduct the stretch. Coach, great to have you with us.
Great to be with you guys.
Having a good summer?
Great summer. Yeah, really have enjoyed it, and our guys are off to a great start in summer school, so that certainly helps.
You guys had a nice run last year.
We did. You know, the seniors did a great job for us. We had great leadership, and our guys really bought in and played with a chip on their shoulder, and were able to play their best basketball late in the year.
1-1 on Marte. The pitch. Fouled that one off his foot. Well, the good thing for a college basketball coach, the summer gives you a chance to regain your voice, because you usually lose it about 2 games in, right?
Yeah, something like that. Thank goodness our practice facility has a microphone in it that I'm able, a wireless mic. It saves me a little bit.
We've had a lot of foul balls off various people around home plate. Saw one off the mask of Kerwin Danley. Another one got Castillo last inning, and this one Marte off himself. It's James Russell in the Cubs bullpen. Ground ball to Starlin Castro. And the out. Well, let's look ahead to the 2013-14 season.
Well, we're excited. We've got 9 newcomers, so that makes it a little bit unique. And, you know, right now we're just trying to get to know one another better than what we did when we came and reported to training camp really 3 weeks ago. So we've made a lot of strides, and now we've got the last 4 weeks of summer training camp remaining, and we've got to make sure that we're continuing to get better every day.
Tabata. He tied the game with a double in the 5th inning.
So correct me if I'm wrong, going back to last year. High expectations, a little bit of a sluggish start, then knocked off Indiana right when they were number 1, if I recall, and then finished strong. So, and you talked about leadership and young guys, and so even when you're talking about seniors in college, they're still young people. So there's always that challenge when you're kind of going through the ups and downs of keeping everybody moving in the right direction.
There's no question, Jim, no doubt about that. We had to reinvent ourselves really a couple different times. You know, we got off to the great start, which I thought really injected confidence into our players and created a lot of momentum, and then we hit a little bit of a rough patch, and really loved the way that our guys responded to adversity, and then we were able to finish things really strong.
Just inside 97 from Strope. Well, any win is big, but those signature wins against the top dogs are fun, aren't they? Even in the regular season.
They really are. You know, we were very fortunate, and we were able to get 5 top 30 RPI wins, which tied another program for the most in all of college basketball. So, you know, our guys really played well when their best was needed, and, you know, that's the sign of guys who are being very, very competitive, and we certainly had a large group of competitive guys.
How deep is the conference going into next year? Do you have a feel for it?
It's going to be deep again. You know, obviously there's great coaches and great players in our league. This past year, you know, 2 years running in a row, #1 RPI league in the country. So you got to love challenges and love competition to participate in our league, but we certainly don't apologize for that, about that. I mean, we're really looking forward to the challenge.
3-2, McCutchen on deck.
Strop was wondering where the pitch was. Maybe a little bit inside. Take a look on pitch tracks. Yeah, it was off a little bit in.
Well, we chatted with Chris Collins earlier this season, looking over at Northwestern. It's always a fun rivalry.
It is, yeah. And I've known Chris for a long time, dating back to his days as an assistant at Duke when I was at North Carolina State. So, I'm sure that he'll do a great job for them.
CHN holds up on a slider.
You guys have a phenomenal view up here. I'll give you that.
We're very lucky. Really good lead over there by Tabata. And the pitch. They'll try to turn it here. 6, 4, 3. Time for the stretch for John Gross.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Mall Game, University of Illinois men's basketball coach, John Gross.
All right, Cubs fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, we're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs.
Darwin Barney, who was a part of that 6-4-3 double play. Leading off the bottom of the 7th and a 2-2 tie. Thanks to John Gross for stopping by. Watson still in there. And Barney lost his lid on that swing.
See Watson someday working in a rotation. He's got 3 quality pitches. Good slider to go along with a plus fastball, and that's a real good changeup there. It's not going to mess with the formula in their bullpen. They've been outstanding all year.
Still 0-2.
Just 3 hits for the Cubs today. And only had 1 base runner since the 3rd. That was a 2-out walk to Wellington Castillo in the 4th inning.
Called strike 3. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Castillo's lined out and walked. Right back to the pitcher, and he catches it. No bobble or anything. Tony Watson. Castillo can't get a break. His 2 outs have been hard hit balls.
This one a little bit off the end of the bat. And Watson finishes fairly square to home plate, in pretty good position to make the play on the comebacker. So he breaks his bat and he's out before he can even take a step.
Here's Scott Hairston pinch hitting, and he likes lefties. Hasn't really hit for average, but he has hit for power. All of his homers have come against southpaws, including a home run off the very tough Francisco Liriano on Friday.
His first at bat in a good long while. Didn't have a single at bat on the road trip as the Cubs faced one right-handed pitcher after another. So he was just basically a tourist on that trip. And the numbers overall against lefties.
Swing and a miss. Good changeup. It's 2-1. High and deep, center field, out of here, 3-2.
How about that? After all that time off, he comes back home, gets a couple at bats in the pinch off left-handed pitchers, and takes them both deep. That is one clutch swing of the bat right there for the veteran Scott Hairston.
Against lefties. 8 of them have been home runs. He's hitting a .169 against lefties, but again, that's why Dale uses him in that spot. One big swing.
It just completely changes the complexion of the game. You're so worried about that Pirate bullpen if you fall behind them, and that's why that infield in situation, willing to pull the infield in there, risking possibly giving up 2 runs, but shutting down the go-ahead run changes the whole way Clint Hurdle's going to use his bullpen, and now Cubs have a late lead.
.20 on the way is high on Bourbon.
Strop with a chance now to be a winning pitcher.
There you go.
But we can't accuse him of being a vulture because he didn't give up anybody's runs. And he pitched effectively.
At the end of the bat, but still hit pretty well. And McCutchen has the last say. Both guys called for it. McCutchen makes the grab. Off the bench, Scott Hairston with a go-ahead homer, and it's 3-2 Cubs lead. On July 9th as the Cubs salute our favorite teachers. It's the 3rd annual Teacher Appreciation Night here at Wrigley Field. Enjoy your evening as the Cubs take on the Angels at 7:05, and as a part of the Budweiser Bleacher or Terrace Reserved Outfield ticket package, you'll get a limited edition item and the opportunity for a special post-game lap along the warning track. For info or to purchase tickets, it's Cubs.com/special events. Here's left-hander James Russell working with a 3-2 lead in the 8th.
Crunch time right here. 1-1 lead. Late the ball game, a couple of dangerous left-handed hitters. So this is James Russell's situation, a situation which he has really been good most of the year. Lately he has struggled some. Not have a good road trip.
Did foul by Garrett Jones out of play, 1-1.
Neil Walker's banged up a little bit. Gabby Sanchez has already been used. Not a lot of options on the bench for Clint Hurdle right now.
Here's a 1-2. Ground ball to first. Rizzo will flip. Russell beats Jones to the base. Melanson on the right. Mazzaro is on the left. quick look from atop the scoreboard. 33,146, the paid crowd.
Like Parker's getting ready for the Cubs. This could be just get the two lefties and yield for Russell here. Parker get the final out in the 8th. Greg have the 9th. Appears to be the plan.
Slider outside. Cubs are trying to win back-to-back home series for the first time this season. Line into left over Valbuena. And Alvarez has his second consecutive hit.
Good job there by Alvarez. Last time he was just lucky. Ball hit him on the thumb to hit that little squibber to shortstop. This time he stays on that pitch pretty well and hit it with some authority to left field. But that's why you bring the lefty in. You really take away his power and force him to do that to reach base. I mean, you prefer he not reach, period. But one-run game, the last thing you want to do is put him in a situation where he can drive one out of the ballpark.
So it will be Parker for Russell. 3-2 Cubs. And injuries. And here he is working in the 8th inning along with James Russell in a one-run lead.
Yeah, he's used to pitching late in games. He was the closer for AAA Iowa. He's just not used to working late in games at the big league level, but he's going to get that opportunity. He has some already, and the numbers are good. 16 strikeouts in 14 innings. Tough-minded guy, good fastball, slider, and a split finger pitch. He's not been out there in a few days. He worked 4 times on the road trip. He's not pitched in 5 days. So he should be fresh.
Alvarez at first. Martin the batter. 3-2 Cubs.
Cheating there, looking for something middle in early in the count, and Parker threw a good 93-mile-an-hour heater over the outside part of the plate and down.
Castro in the grass and shallow left. And he makes a catch.
Man, that thing was sky high. started to drift away from him, and he kind of got into panic mode with the back pedal. Soriano came rushing in from left field to provide support. That is not an easy play.
Wind is blowing out, not particularly hard, but he put that ball into orbit, as you mentioned. Here's Inge, 0 for 2 with a sac bunt.
The Cubs win this game. If they do, having taken 2 out of 3 from the Pirates, they will have won 4 of their last 5 series. It's the Oakland series, the only one they lost on the road trip. They took 2 out of 3 from Houston before leaving town.
Big win for the Indians. They snapped a 7-game losing streak against Detroit by beating them today 9-6. Two and one. Toronto over Minnesota 11-5. Todd Redmond got his first major league win. Blue Jays hit 3 home runs. Jose Reyes, Kobe Rasmus, and Rajay Davis. Popped him up off of first. Foul territory. Barney as they scatter out there with a basket grab in foul territory. And the Pirates done in the 8th, so the Cubs will try to tack on. Nicely done by Barney. Good concentration. 3-2. Their 4-game season series. The Cubs looking for the season sweep on WCIU, and then we're back on WGN Wednesday night as Mike Trout and the Angels come to the north side. Vin Mazzaro is on for the Pirates, and a strike on Castro. Scott Hairston with a go-ahead home run in the 7th. Pretty nice day's work. 1 at bat, 1 home run. 0-2.
That's called money. Mazzaro's been another solid contributor out of that pen. 4-2 ERA below 3. Not a big strikeout guy. Gets a lot of ground balls with a two-seam fastball and slider. Kevin Gregg will get the 9th. He would not be the least bit opposed to having a little insurance run to work with. 1 or 2 would be just fine.
Swung on and missed. Strike 3 and a good slider. There is the Cubs closer.
He's hit the ball hard a couple of times today, but he's 0 for 3. Beating it into the ground. So you can get a little lift here off Mazzaro. Really good when he attacks early. His batting average on first pitch is quite high.
Now 0-2. National League Finals, Phillies over the Braves 7-3. Dominic Brown with his 23rd home run. He's an all-star. The Mets handled the Brewers 2-1 in Milwaukee. Only homer in that game, Jonathan Lucroy with his 10th. And the Mets win 2 of 3 in that series. Josh Satin had 3 hits. Cardinals with a chance to jump into a first place tie. And now they're a half game out after a 3-2 win over the Marlins. So the Cardinals are rooting for the Cubs. I know it's early, but Cubs would be doing their arch rivals a favor by beating the Pirates. Lance Lynn got the win. He's 11-3. Rizzo strikes out. 2 gone here in the Cubs' 8th.
As I mentioned, Mazzaro not a strikeout pitcher, but today he is.
Reds lost at home to Seattle 3-1. So the Mariners go into Great American Ballpark and take 2 of 3. Nick Franklin and Justin Smoke each homer. Reds are 6-9 against the American League.
Oh, good swing. The breaking ball in the strike zone of Soriano right now. You're asking for trouble. The Reds had Votto, Phillips, and Chapman make the All-Star team. Is that correct? No Jay Bruce?
No Jay Bruce.
No Chu?
Correct. Well, the non-strikeout pitcher strikes out the side in the 8th. So Kevin Gregg coming on in the 9th with a 3-2 lead. America's beer supports America's heroes. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Here's a veteran right-hander, Kevin Gregg. If he had been here on opening day, he might have been an all-star too.
Yeah, very good numbers for Kevin. 15 saves and 16 tries. The ability to pound that outside corner to right-handed hitters with the fastball has been such a big key for him. Suffered his first blown save back on the 29th of June at Seattle. Since then, he's worked 3 times, picked up saves in each of those 3 outings without allowing a run.
He's 1-1 on Mercer. Travis Snyder will pinch hit. He's on deck in the pitcher spot, and then Marte. How about that? Good breaking ball. That's from the last inning. Just in case you missed it. 2-2. That pitch actually right down the middle with a little late movement.
Yeah, he tries to work the corners, but when push comes to shove, he's willing to challenge you. You know, you're not a big thumper, and Mercer is not. It beats him with a good fastball.
That brings up Snyder.
Bullpen has been really good for the Cubs this afternoon. Carlos Villanueva making his first start since May, gave them 4 innings. Penn has covered the rest. Rondon allowed a run in an inning and 2/3, scoreless baseball from everyone else. Strope, Russell, Parker, now Gregg trying to finish it.
Coming home on a 1-1 on the outside corner. 1-2. Marte on deck.
I love watching Kevin Gregg pitch. Methodical, almost robotic. Gets the ball, adjusts his glasses, comes set, and makes the pitch. No theatrics, no drama. Just a man doing his job.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Take that, Vin Mazzaro. Two-seam runner. That's been a big key for him, too. The two-seam fastball. Before it was four-seamers, cutters, but he's leaning heavily on that two-seam fastball this year. Down and away to lefties, and that's the one he throws to right, to the back door when he throws to the lefties. And the runner away as well.
Cubs are 11 games under 500, but you'd never know it based on the energy in this ballpark right now. Pulled foul into the dugout by Marte.
It's the beauty of Wrigley Field. Every day a singular event. Marte's never had a plate appearance off of Kevin Gregg. Normally you think advantage pitcher.
That little pop up will drop untouched. 1-2 the count. Chance to knock off the top dogs for the second straight day. Team with the best record in baseball down to their final strike. Well, Wellington wanted it up there. Maybe not quite that high, but kind of a waste pitch anyway. 2-2. I guess Danley's not calling the low strike. Maybe he called a high one.
That little girl back there.
The only good thing is that Marte didn't swing at it. He would be at first base.
Changing the eye level. And then some.
The 2-2. Outside, and it's full. 3-2.
Castillo tried to tug that one back to buy a call from Kerwin Danley. This is the one I was talking about, that two-seamer. And runs back to the corner on the glove side.
Careful. Blistered foul. Now one pitch has been inside the box this entire sequence. Here it is.
193 with a little sink on the plate, but down. Marte dangerous because if he reaches, his legs could get him into scoring position, but he also has power. He's hit 8 home runs. Hit 8 triples.
He drives that ball out into deep left center. Way back there. Tied. Starling Marte with a home run to make it 3-3.
And the fans up on their feet waiting for Greg to finish this one off. And man, oh so close. That's the danger of a guy like Marte. You don't want to walk him. His fastball is actually off the plate away, up just a little bit. That's not a bad pitch. That's just a great swing.
It's a great at bat by a young up and coming, maybe future superstar.
Hostile environment on the road, fans up, making all kinds of noise. Great concentration. Fouled off some tough pitches.
Kind of hard to blame a pitcher when he doesn't throw a pitch over the plate.
It's hard to argue that Greg made a mistake in that entire sequence.
Two and one on Tabata. Just sucked the life out of this ballpark. Now 3 balls and a strike. McCutchen on deck.
And that's the real challenge for these closers. You know, the lead gets away, but you're still in a tie game, and you have to maintain the focus.
And they've got those two guys still very available today. Borderline pitch called for a strike, 3-2. So Hairston's home run looked like to be a game winner before Marte just went yard. Yeah, it was a strike.
But again, the thing you really like about Kevin Gregg, such a professional. I mean, he just gets the ball back and goes to work on the next guy.
And there's the pitch. In fact, Castillo was set up more in the strike zone than the pitch actually ended up.
Yeah, it just, it was up a little bit.
Yeah.
But, I mean, come on.
So Tabata takes the walk, and that will bring up McCutchen.
McCutchen very much like Marte, a guy who can beat you with his speed or with his power. Hit 9 home runs so far this year. 3 out of 3 against Kevin Gregg in his career.
That's deep, and it's caught. A line shot for McCutchen. Caught by Soriano. Down to their final strike. The Pirates tie it up. It's 3-3. The stingiest bullpen guys in the league, and a couple of changes for the Pirates. Snyder stays in and plays right, so Tabata is out of the game, and Mark Melanson will go into Tabata's spot in the batting order. And what a year he's had.
Oh yeah, Bruce Bochy's looking for a replacement for somebody on his all-star team. Like you said, Travis Wood might not be able to pitch because he's scheduled to go on Sunday. Mark Melanson's certainly deserving. I don't know if there's a relief pitcher who's having a better year than Melanson. I mean, he's not the guy who gets the saves for the Pirates, but you look at all the numbers, the hits allowed, the batting average against, the strikeout to walk ratio, all just unbelievably good stuff for Melanson. 1 home run allowed in 41 innings, just 4 walks issued. He's come to rely heavily on a cut fastball that he's just dominating hitters with, lefties in particular. He just gets it in on their hands, not unlike Mariano Rivera. So a big challenge here for the lefties, Valbuena and Schierholtz, to start things off in the bottom of the 9th.
And a 1-1 count to Valbuena.
So, you know, if you're a left-handed hitter and you start to cheat and move off the plate a little bit, open up early, you become vulnerable to anything away, and he'll backdoor that cutter as well. Good downer curveball that he doesn't use as much.
Buena pops into shallow center. Brandon Inge. One away. Sherholtz is 1 out of 3.
Melanson allowed 1 run in April, 2 runs in May, 1 run in June.
So May was terrible.
Yeah.
Twice as many runs as any other month. Jones unassisted. Swain 2 shutout innings. In fact, they're both 1, 2, 3 frames yesterday.
They're very efficient, didn't throw a lot of pitches.
Well, there are a ton of reasons. I mean, you want to win this game however you do it, but ideally in regulation, after the start of Villanueva, only went 4 innings. That was pretty much by design, just trying to get 5 out of him at all possible. But now we're going to go to extras as Darwin Barney flies to Snyder. On to the 10th. Cubs 3, Pirates 3. Come in to play right field. Nate Sherholtz out, so Sapelk hits 9th in the order. And Matt Guerrier, the pitcher, will go into the 6th spot.
Guerrero, those are his numbers with the Dodgers and a little bit here with the Cubs. 2 and 4, 436. As we mentioned, really good yesterday. Very efficient. 4-pitch guy, fastball, curveball, slider, and changeup that is probably his best pitch. It helps him to neutralize left-handed hitters.
Starts Garrett Jones with a strike. Yeah, good Midwestern matchup. Jones from the Chicago area. He's in Tinley Park as he rolls to Barney.
Oh no.
The throw is late. Oh my.
First one of the year.
Just when you think you've seen it all, Darwin Barney with his first error in 75 games going back to last year, and in 72 to start this season.
Yeah,
I was writing in 4-3 the second the ball was struck.
I was doing the same thing too. It's the third time Jones has hit the ball in his direction today. He's gotten them a couple times. Fairly routine, just botched it.
Well, you know what Darwin wants? He wants another ground ball right at him. Trying to start a double play.
The ball got a piece of him too on the bare hand, though. He's still trying to shake it off.
Guerrier from Cleveland went to Kent State. Pitching for his third major league team. That's outside. It's 2-0 on Pedro Alvarez.
I place a fairly sizable wager that he's not going to get a fastball here.
To Barney. The flip. The turn. Okay. Whew, says Darwin Barney. 2 outs.
Alvarez rolling over on the changeup. Nifty little 4-6-3 double play. Barney still having issues with that throwing hand. It's in that tweener zone as a second baseman. You're not sure whether to go with the underhand toss or try to pivot and throw it overarm. He gets a lot on this toss. Gives Castro time to clear Jones and make the throw.
2 outs, nobody on. Russell Martin takes a pitch low. Bounced out front of the plate, and it's 2-0.
I don't know what I'm more surprised by, the Marte home run or the Barney error.
I would probably say the Barney error if I had to pick. But it happens. Doesn't happen very often. In either case, Kevin Gregg with just his second blown save. 3 balls, no strikes. Inge next if Martin gets on.
Martin, a patient hitter with a high on base average, but with 2 outs and nobody on, he may be looking to swing here. He does. Home run swing. Just forgot to hit the ball. Pulled off. That's what you want when you give the guy the green light on 3-0. You want him to do some damage, to take a big swing. If he misses, so be it. He's still in a hitter's count.
You've been all over it this inning. You called the changeup from Guerrier earlier. You called the swing on 3-0. What's going to happen now?
A little down and away slide piece. Nope. We're going to foul ball in the press box.
Almost in our booth. Nicely done.
Knight in shining armor.
Guerrier with a 3-2 ground ball off his foot. Barney will try to recover the throw.
Oh yeah.
Out at first.
Yeah. How about that? Redemption.
Rizzo helped him out as well. That'll go 1-4-3. Crazy inning for Barney. Still tied. His first error of the season. Also appeared to injure his throwing hand in the process, but then it got better from there.
And starts his double play. And then the spectacular play on the carom off the kick save by Guerrero. Change of directions. 360 turn and throw. Pretty play. You know, the irony is too on the Jones on the error when he's out there in short right field. If he's playing his regular position, he probably just gobbles that ball up. Maybe not.
New pitcher for the Pirates, Brian Morris. So Clint Hurdle deciding to save Mark Melancon for another day. 7 pitches to get the 3 outs in the 9th for Melancon. Pitch to Castillo. Misses.
Maybe he's identified Morris as the guy that he's going to stretch out here today, because we get in these tie games, you know, you're hesitant to go, you know, one inning and out of your bullpen because you never know how long you're going to go. He's been really good as well. Kind of a broken record.
Inge drips out toward right and makes a catch from the second base position. The Pirates are 6-4 in extras. The Cubs are 5-3.
It would be fun if Dave Chappelle was a hero today.
His first at bat. Just came in to play right. Outside, ball 1. Do the Pirates have a reliever who doesn't throw hard?
Not that I can think of.
Shallow right again. Snyder playing really deep, and it'll cost him a single. Trying to stay away from an extra base hit. That's the risk you take. So the winning run is on base and a guy with good speed.
Right, and that's why sometimes you're willing to cheat in a little bit when you got a speed guy who could turn a single into a double with a stolen base. Sometimes you abandon that no doubles approach. In this instance, the Pirates do not. We'll see if Chappelle tries to steal a bag here.
Snyder back with his heels almost on the warning track. Bourbon 0 for 4. Alvarez in at third. Jones holding on the runner.
Yeah, and I think now it clearly becomes a no double situation because that likely wins the game for the Cubs. So they'll play as deep as possible in the outfield to cut off the gaps. Prevent one from going over their heads.
Fastball strike. Gary Pressey playing I Got My Mind Set on You as Morris is preoccupied with Dave Chappelle. Watches from the on-deck circle. Makeshift chin rest. Good lead by Chappelle. Bourbon way out front.
A 94-mile-an-hour heater. Yep. Ball in. You can hit it hard, but tough to keep it fair. It's mostly a power game for Morris. Fastball, slider, cutter. Doesn't really throw a changeup.
Have a lot of center fielders on their roster. David DeJesus is on the DL, so is Ryan Sweeney. Bourbon started there the last couple of days. Bogusevic day to day with the injury. He pinch hit earlier. Dave Chappelle can play center. Usually the guys who can play center can play anywhere. Chappelle runs. Ball is taken. Throw is in time. Russell Martin. I think now that's 4 guys he's nabbed the last 3 games for him.
Yeah, he's caught about 50%, which is way above average. Average is in the high 20s in terms of caught stealing numbers for a catcher. It's an area where the Pirates really needed to upgrade. They were dismal throwing out base runners last year. They've upgraded in a big way with Russell Martin.
2-2, a high chopper off the plate. Jones with the wild toss. And Bourbon better get back to the bag because he did turn. And that'll be an infield single. Looked like Dave McKay initially pointed at second, and Bourbon made a slight move in that direction, so he had to get back to first.
Yeah, tough when you're running that hard through the bag to beat a possible bang-bang play at first to change direction and head to second base. I mean, it's a time where you're looking to be aggressive with 2 outs. And Jones is lucky there was no further advance because he had no play there trying to flip that backhanded. There's just no way they're going to get Bourbon. Had he gone, he would have been safe. At the time of decision, you don't know that this is going to transpire.
That's quite a shot. So Castro with Bourbon now at first. And he's a stolen base threat, but Sapelt just got caught. Called strike.
Might be the best pitch he gets to hit in this at bat.
Morris is a former first-round pick, the 26th pick in the 06 draft, taken by the Dodgers. He's a Tullahoma, Tennessee native. To Motlow State Community College. And was traded to the Pirates at the deadline in 08. That was a deal that sent Manny Ramirez from the Red Sox to the Dodgers. Jason Bay, Pirates to the Red Sox. All kinds of players involved.
Manny back in the States playing minor league ball for the Rangers right now.
If Bourbon were going to run, it would be with Castro down in the count like he is.
Yeah, less likely to get a pitch to drive in a pitcher's count. A more aggressive lead now for Bourbon. They like to run on, when you can predict a breaking ball, and certainly when Castro's behind in the count, that's what you see a lot from right-handed pitchers too. Breaking balls out of the zone to get him to chase. So part of the thinking too by turning a base runner loose in a situation like this. The downside is the fear of a potential pitch out. Math changes, though, doesn't it, with a guy like Martin behind the plate? It's kind of like when we play the Cardinals and Yadier Molina. Look at the pitcher's times to home plate. He's looking at the record of base runners against a given pitcher. Contemplate all the situations with counts and things like that. But at the end of the day, when you got a weapon behind home plate like Martin and Molina and some of the others, it makes you think twice.
Speaking of Molina, day-to-day with right knee inflammation. He's hopeful of returning Tuesday. Bounce to the shortstop. Mercer flips, Inge covering. Bourbon retired. The Cubs get 2 hits but no runs, so that takes us to the 11th. 3-3. figuring out there on the scoreboard. Going to the 11th. Brandon Inge against Matt Guerrier. The first becomes the 11th. Foul pop-up out of play.
Big crowd here earlier today. The Pirates tied things up in the 9th. A lot of folks have slipped away. Going to jump in the lake or something.
Well hit to deep center. Bourbon on the warning track. He's got it. Right up against the vines.
A day like today, you see a ball hit that well, that high, you just assume it's going to ride the wind and get out of here. And almost did, but it'll go for a long out.
That's Jordy Mercer. Grand slam for Ryan Zimmerman, and the Nationals beat the Padres 11-7. Pods have lost 9 in a row. Bryce Harper had 3 hits. Steven Strasburg got the win. He's 5-6. And the Nats are now 4 over 500 for the first time since April 12th. Rifled into left for a base hit, so Mercer has his first knock of the game. First hit off Guerrier. And it'll bring up Travis Snyder.
It's been a pretty comfortable lead in the NL East for the Braves most of the first half, but I suspect the Nationals are going to make some noise after the break. That pitching is just too good.
And the Braves lost today, as we mentioned, 7-3 in Philadelphia, so their lead is 4 over the Nationals. The pitch. Very late swing by Snyder, and he bounced it into the Cubs dugout. Dodgers and Giants are 1-1 in the 7th. A lineup card mistake, fortunately for Bruce Bochy, did not cost his team the game last night. They beat the Dodgers 4-2, but it did take away an RBI double from Buster Posey in the first inning. He was listed as 4th on the lineup card, but he hit 3rd. So he hit Pablo Sandoval's spot. Sandoval gets charged for the 0 for 1, and then Posey ended up making it out to end the inning.
Don Mattingly just waits for the Posey at bat to see whether he's going to challenge it or not. He hits a double, so he comes out and shows, hey, wait a minute, got the wrong guy up here. Managers do that. They'll play around with lineup cards, you know, and I'm going to hit him 3rd today, I'm going to hit him 4th, and sometimes what gets posted in the dugout, what gets handed to the umpire, it's 2 different things. Not often, almost never.
Genmar Gomez has been a swing man for the Pirates. He's cranking it up. 2-2.
D-backs lead the Rockies 5-0, 6 shutout innings so far for Patrick Corbin. I'm assuming he's an all-star.
Yes. For the first time.
9-1 with a 237. Nice play.
Fan reached with two hands over the top of the dugout, made the play. Come on, no glove.
Mercer's got 3 stolen bases. He's been caught once.
Guerrero's 2-2, ground ball, smothered by Barney. Another double play. Cubs have turned a couple of them behind Matt Guerrero here at extras. Matt Guerrero getting a couple of double play balls. Both started by Darwin Barney after he committed his first error of the season. Well, maybe the Pirates decided to start hitting ground balls at Barney. Cubs don't mind that.
Yeah, it's pretty much automatic. And well, the first double play was relatively routine. That last one, that ball was really well struck. That was a tough play. Looks like Henry Rodriguez has started to loosen in the Cubs bullpen.
Well, you've got some long ball threats coming up. 31 homers combined, Rizzo, Soriano, and Valbuena.
Sign on to that.
Wind blowing out.
He's had a hard time getting the ball in the air today. 3 on the ground and a punch out.
Fireballing Henry Rodriguez is up in the bullpen. Morris from the stretch with nobody on, and the pitch. Patient Anthony Rizzo here in this at bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Soriano next.
And now with 2 strikes, Alvarez jogs over to the right side of the infield.
So they leave Mercer as the only infielder on the other side. Now high fly is going to be way foul.
Until there were 2 strikes, they were protecting against a potential bunt, and didn't want to give Rizzo just a little push bunt to lead off the bottom half of the 11th inning here. But once they got to 2 strikes, Alvarez jogged over, created that 3-man right side of the infield.
Comes another 2-2, and that one punched out in the left. Rizzo aboard.
Extra inning games sometimes go on and on because hitters aren't willing to take that approach right there. Everybody wants to be the hero to put the big swing and hit the ball out of the ballpark. When pitchers are pitching away from your power, you have to be willing to take what they give you. This is a 2-seamer running away. And he just strokes a solid line drive into left for a leadoff knock.
Pirates at double play depth. They give Soriano big hole on the right side. Inge playing really close to the bag at second. You've got Jones holding on Rizzo. And they're deep all around in the outfield. Here we go. Little floater will get down. Rizzo will stop at second. 2 on, nobody out. Couple of opposite field hits to start the frame.
That looked like Soriano was thinking about trying to exploit that hole on the right side. Tough read for Rizzo. Could tell from up here it was going to get down there. A little bit of a tougher call. Of course, as far as he was off the bag, had Snyder caught it, he probably would have been doubled off anyway. So it might have been well served to just keep on chugging. That's a tough read from field level.
Cubs hitters right at league average. And all that matters now is 1. That's all you need. In the bottom of the 11th in a tie game. Nobody up in the Pirates bullpen. This game right now is solely in the hands of Brian Morris. Cubs have not had many chances with runners in scoring position. 0 for 3. And Valbuena bunts foul. Deoner Navarro is now on deck in the pitcher's spot.
Deoner's been the secret weapon. Some big things coming off that bench. Valbuena gets to bunt down. It will be interesting to see how Clint Hurdle plays it.
I guess as they'll walk Navarro, Barney would be after him. But first things first.
Well, that hole on the left side has to be tempting.
And the throw gets into center. Rizzo toward third, Soriano to second. So Martin with a big play earlier as he nailed Dave Chappelle with a bad mistake here.
Wow, what a break. Huge break. Valbuena takes the pitch. Martin with the intentions on nailing Rizzo and just never really got the grip on that ball.
So Clint Hurdle will now come out. My guess is they'll walk Valbuena. That's, I'm sure, what they will discuss. The first base now open.
The win expectancy just went way up. have him dancing in the aisles.
Well, that is unbelievable, isn't it? Cubs have only converted 40% of the time with second and third, but you load them up, it changes the math. Most teams score a vast majority of the time they have this situation. They will intentionally walk Valbuena. That's ball 2. So Navarro last night had one of the greatest evenings of his life. After the Cubs 4-1 win, he got to go see his hero, international soccer star Messi. We see Deanna wearing his jersey all over the clubhouse. But Messi with an exhibition friendly in town at Soldier Field last night.
Everybody in, infield drawn in, outfield shallow.
So Navarro will try to be the hero here in the 11th. 3 on, nobody out. That's a winning run. Anthony Rizzo. Here's a pitch. It's a strike. He's been terrific in the pinch. 6 out of 14 with 2 homers. Hasn't done it as much lately because he's been in the lineup more often.
Not a whole lot of panic from Deanna Navarro. An easy-going guy. Figured he'd be one of those guys where the moment wouldn't get too big for him. Been around a good while.
You saved the game at least temporarily by blocking that pitch.
Moore's trying to get him to offer at that cutter, moving in on his hands, trying to get a little ground ball to the right side. Situation, Navarro's just trying to get the ball airborne with some authority.
Three with the bases loaded, nobody out, and a 2-1 swung on and missed. 2-2. Barney on deck.
Good run on that fastball from Morris. Well, Deanna's really got to shorten the swing.
Cubs will win it. Snyder makes a catch. Rizzo headed home. 4-3. Deanna Navarro.
Scrum on. Now we get to hear the song. Took a while to get there, but all's well that ends well.
Time now for a Budweiser play of the game, the final swing of the afternoon.
Backdoor breaking ball from Morris. Navarro gets it airborne. Rizzo had the great at-bat to get things started, streaks home. And the Cubs have a hard-fought win and win a tough series, 2 out of 3 over the first-place club. Keep singing.